The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space.
For the start of Chapter 3, we went to Kerbal Space Program to learn how to make rockets so that we could explore the stars for a new home. We began playing on career mode while not knowing anything about what we were doing. After doing some research off-stream, we then moved to the science mode with newfound knowledge. We went to both moons, created communication networks, planes, science missions, a space station, and then ended the game by traveling all the way to Duna in the Antari ship.
After arriving at Duna, our ship the Antares fell apart, causing us to land on Duna and mine its resources so that we could fix the Antari ship. We unlocked various buildings, and also different types of science. After fixing everything but scanners on the ship, we then left the planet behind us as we continued to travel in space. Partially during our space flight, we landed on an asteroid. Over the course of a few hundred cycles, we had mined out the asteroid, converting its resources into various things that we needed in order to keep 24 dupes alive. We made a lot of automated machines to take, cool, or convert items into other items. We then turned on a machine that would allow us to take a dive into the dreams of one of our dupes. After our first dupe dream in Vintage Story, we came back to Oxygen Not Included. We then used our rockets to go to different asteroids. We went to a water-filled asteroid, a lava-filled asteroid, and we also went to a frozen asteroid to get our final crop. After going back and forth multiple times from the water and lava asteroids, we made our last and final endgame materials. While doing this, we also finished upgrading our main base, and also found both the Temporal Tear Opener and the Temporal Tear. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Oxygen Not Included. So in our last stream, we started this new colony on the Aquatic DLC, and we started just doing various things to try and get a temporary setup here. I did some research with YouTube and found out that we need specifically these two plants for the early game very strongly. The flue coral turns light into oxygen. It does require a certain amount if we... Actually, where is the light? It doesn't actually say how much light it needs. It says it here. Flue corals are aquatic organisms that use light to produce oxygen, but it doesn't say how much. Like the domestic growth thing, it needs lime as a food source and salt water for it to sit in. It needs less than 2200 rads per cycle. If it has more than that, it dies. Same with the temperature. And then this is just atmosphere, meaning that it has to be in a liquid. I guess irrigation is, it also needs to drink salt water, but seemingly a small amount. So I don't actually know how much light it needs. Let's look through this and see if it'll tell us how much light. There it is. Why isn't this on here? Needs 2500 lux or 2500 lux, which is why a lot of people will pair them up with the beacons, which make not the entire amount. Actually, it makes, if this beacon never moves from this plant and it just stays on this plant, it makes enough light to feed two plants. So if we could like trap it in a single tile right here and have two of these plants next to each other, this one fish would feed the plants enough light to make oxygen. Now, these plants make enough oxygen for 1.5 dupes, meaning that if we have two plants, we can make enough oxygen for our 3 current duplicates. In order for us to farm them, we need to put them in the wide hydroponic farms. Now, the main thing that is going to be a bottleneck for this is that we need glassy items. And we found out in the last stream that glassy items are just translucent things. So if we look at building materials, glassy includes diamond, amber, glass, obviously, and pearls. Pearls are a new item. They are also a food source for the sea queens, which we're probably not going to ranch. The only thing that the sea queens are for is for slime, and there's not that many things that we can use slime for. We can, of course, feed it into dust caps. It looks like we can feed it into the sandy shells, which I didn't know about beforehand. We could be doing this on our main colony here. Because I don't think we use slime for anything other than feeding dust caps. We could do that. I think we might do that. But the only other thing that slime is for this colony would be turning it into algae so that we can use algae and make oxygen. But if we're ranching these, we should be fine. So anyway, we are not going to be feeding the pearls to the critters. But if we look down here, if we look at the clam pum, these create the pearls. If we ranch them or farm them, we need to give them sand in order for them to turn into a pearl. A wild plant will make 1 pearl every 32 cycles. If we ranch them, we get 1 pearl every 8 cycles. So that's a conversion of 4 to 1 if you ranch them. Of course, they take sand, like I said, or they take nothing if you just leave them where they are. So we're going to come down here and I think kill off these 2 critters so that they don't eat the pearls and we can get them back. Now we also have a few bloaters over here. So we're going to be using the bloaters for a little bit of early game oxygen. They make a small amount. They also only make oxygen after eating the leaves of a waterweed plant. I think that means the waterweed would not create lettuce. But I don't know what else it needs. And what is this? This is a sequin egg. So we want to move this somewhere else where it's not going to be near the pearl. Let's put it over here. That should be enough room for it to move around a little bit. So it's not just trapped. And that should have also given us a little bit of fillets, which we should be feeding or eating. We're also slowly still cleaning out this area. Now, it says that there's an egg in there. There is an egg in there. And I want to move all these critters somewhere else. So, can I grab this egg and place it up here? Can I grab this and place them up here? And then, of course, all these critters as well. We do only have 2 critters, so I am going to try and let them do all this. Another thing I found out is that these do not always make power. As you can tell right now, it's sucking in water. Then it starts pushing out water. It only creates power when it's pushing water out. So luckily we have a battery here. And we're not overusing power for the moment. But there may be a time with us using just this one machine that we run out of power. I also found out that these back wall tiles, we can actually dig them out. If you click on the dig command, you get these different things here, which is we can click a check on tiles, on plants, and then the middle one here is for the back tiles. So if I pause so they don't actually do this, we can now dig those out and get the resources from it. Or we can leave them there. The main thing that I've noticed that this is useful for is if you use the thing. I don't have research, so let's go into research and I'll show it. This here. The aquatic grooming station and possibly the aquatic searing station. The grooming station... Wait a minute, this doesn't seem right. But it is. Alright, one of these require a back tile. So either you need the organic tiles, or you need to put drywall down. And I think I'll probably use the drywall over the organic tiles. We also need to get into farming these soda canes fairly quickly. And we're going to keep the slugs here for a while, because mucin is used for multiple things as well. Let's get into here. That's going to give us some extra food. We do have a soda cane seed here. Let me do another research on how many soda canes we need. Is it called something else when we pick it up? I think it's salty sticks, not soda cane. And then this needs to go up to 3. We need about 20 plants? So what about 2? 13. Let's start with 10 plants. And see if that's enough. So if I go like this, that's 10 plants there. Let's go into food. We'll turn all 10 of those tiles into farm tiles. We do also need the trees for early game steel. We should also probably get into these stuff here. We're not going to do these unknown duplicates right away, because that requires 200 kilograms of pearls, and we're going to be using the pearls for ranching stuff. So we clicked on her just to see what she needs, but we're not actually going to do anything. And this is our first geyser. What is this geyser? This is an iron volcano. Wow, we actually don't need to do the turtles if we tame that. And there's another thing here. Didn't even see this one either. What's this? Natural gas geyser. So we have some natural gas for power. Then we have this, which is also cold. I think this is one of the geodes or boulders. It might be a boulder. Anyway, they didn't get down into here because they're placing in tiles. They didn't finish this yet. What priority is that on? That's on a 5, that's fine. Once I do this, it might be time to get into doing the toilets. I should probably keep a track on how much pearls we have, because we can't place in one yet. Are there any clams out here that we can harvest from? Harvest ready on that. So we can come down here and get this clam, or the pearl from the clam. If I do that, I think that water might overflow. This is pushing out water, so I want to see how high it goes before we dig into this. Okay, it stays in that tile range, so let's dig that area. And then put a couple ladders just to make sure that we can get down here into the water. That'll allow us to get this pearl. These are probably going to take a while. 26% there, 47 there. So that's about halfway through. It's 32 cycles at around 16 cycles in. There's another pearl here. I don't want to dig out the liquid from that, but I do want to get in here. So I think we're going to have to drop some of the liquid, which should be fine for the most part. If we go from here. Yes, I do know we're getting rid of that water in there. But we want to go in here. That allows us to get that clam. All that liquid should be falling in here. Where are we moving this again? Oh, right, up here. Let's put that on a higher priority. And the same with this. Choose a new duplicate. Oxalate. We're going to use that. Get a little bit of oxygen in here. Because we are struggling something fierce. This red part is probably all carbon dioxide. So we might actually want to go like this just to get the oxygen from it. Get a pocket of oxygen. It's also... Let's not dig that out. Where did we get oil from? But anyway, we have an oxygen pocket here. That should allow us to get there. If we get up here, we get another clam. Again, I don't want to dig into that and release all of that. I do, however, want to get up here. Because there is some food up here that we could probably use. Let's do this in a weird way so we can use the oxalate. And we can get into here for that. And get all the way up here for the soda canes. Let's go over this way for that one. Let's also dig those out so that the liquids can move a little bit easier. You know what? I'm just gonna do that like this. I also found out that there is a use for these. So we have a jumpsuit here and rubber boots here. The jumpsuit prevents soggy feet, I think. It's right here. No, that's for the boots only. Swimwear prevents soggy feet and sopping wet, so they won't get a debuff for being in liquid. The rubber boots do soggy feet and prevent them from slipping on ice. So we should probably put that on a few of our dupes. We can craft them. It's not just a find thing. What does this need? It just needs oxygen. Okay. So down here, let's plant these, put them on the 7, and copy settings. That's probably going to be halted due to pressure at some point. Oh, it takes salt as a fertilizer. Okay. That makes sense because it creates something using salt. I do really like these hush caps. Or husha caps. It's a nice blue. Looks cool. I would very much rather you guys do this. So that we can get these gas or liquids out of here a little bit quicker. Let's also do a platform like this, or a ladder, and a ladder up to here. This will be for them to get the oxygen from the top of the area. Okay, this is another one of those areas with turtles. There is a clam over here. We could dig into that area to get to it. I'm trying to think of what would happen if I dig into all this. If I dig there, the liquid comes in here and fills in that area. And if I dig here, we break that water reed. Let's try and avoid that. So let's dig over here instead. That would also do the same thing here. But shouldn't change much. To get into here, I think we're gonna just dig like that. What's in here? Water reed, I'm okay with them destroying that. Let's tell them to deconstruct these 2 window tiles. I guess inspect everything. Apparently got a new log entry. Not too worried about it. Yeah, what are you doing? Did not know that was usable. That's cool. Breathability up here is doing pretty good. What's this? Just a low amount of oxalate. Or oxygen, I mean. Okay, we just need to get a lot of pearls so that we can get into the ranching of the oxygen. I am going to put myself in the swimwear. Should probably look at skills. There's nothing new there. So I wanted to get to this tree just so we can get the early game rubber. But we also unlocked the stuff here. Now this looks like it had the slugs, or the snails, and these crabs killed them off, it seems. It's very unfortunate that they paired the snails with those crabs. Apparently a little bit of water came out here and actually bubbled over. Oh, the water reed was inside the sand. Yep. What are you doing? Okay, so now they should get down here. Luckily, majority of this area is just tier 1 digging. And there is a thing right there in the background. Okay, so we should be able to get this pearl. We do have a little bit of diamond, so we could probably use the diamond for the farm tiles instead. Oh, Nosh beans over here. That'll be obsidian and granite. So there's another geyser vent over here, or volcano. But we needed nosh beans for a type of food mixed with something else. Did we get all the oxygen from in here? We didn't breathe it all. So we could place in another ladder. Just so we can breathe it all in. We are getting oxygen from here. That should be slowly coming down here. But if we look at the gases, this is all carbon dioxide. We do have a lot of polluted oxygen because of the polluted water. How much do we need for hydroponic farm? Oh, it's only 100. Okay, let's start making this. We need an area that we can have deep enough for these. Let's do the pod here. Grab some omelets. Extra food, always good. Let me pull up the YouTube video that I was looking at, because the way that they did the farm was pretty cool looking. If I can get to the point where they zoomed in on their specific farm. There we go. Okay, so they are about a 3x3 tile area. Do we need light for them at all? Is there a light requirement, or is it just for the other thing? Radiation, life cycle, temperature, atmosphere, sand. No, it does not seem to need light, so only the coral need light. What we're gonna do is pause for a second. I want to make an area that's big enough to ranch these and also automate them slightly. Where I want to put it, I don't know. I think I'm gonna put it over here. I think we're gonna turn this into a farming area. We'll put it right at the, like, this will be our door to leave the base. Alright, let's start turning this into a farm plot. So if we're gonna do that as a temporary floor. We're gonna need light. We don't have unlocked research, so let's go down all the way to the bottom and research both of these. We need the first one for light. Don't they have the receptacle? So we're gonna do some placeholders with some other things. This is a light, but I want to go over 2 tiles. So right there. Then we would have an auto sweeper in here somewhere. So we'll do that. We could actually shorten this quite a bit. They made it a lot wider than they needed to, or a lot taller than they needed to. Anyway, we'll go with this, just in case we need the extra tile space. Otherwise, I'll put the auto sweeper up here on the same height as the light. Then we have 3 tiles. I'm gonna assume that they have 3 tiles, because if we go over here, we go like this. I'm gonna guess that if I let go of the mouse right now, that's gonna tell them to dig that coral up. It doesn't. So this will. That makes sense. And then over here, is this 3 tiles type? Yes. So we need 3. We do need a 3x3 area for the clams. So under here, we need another 3 tiles like that. That does not include the farm plot, so that goes there. And then here is the actual floor. Cancel all of that. And I forget why they have a pump in the corner. trying to get to the point where they show the pipes. Here we go. Because in their farm, they have this as a saltwater pool. This whole room here. But the coral plants require saltwater, so they put a pump in here, and he pumps it into the farm plots. But how do you get the salt water in there? So I don't think we're going to put the pump in here. We'll probably have to find a saltwater geyser somewhere. Just use the salt water from there. Unless they take a very... I don't know how much 20 kilograms is per cycle. Like, does that get counted as a lot? We look here. We do have a saltwater geyser somewhere. So we could alternatively switch that, or we could just start pumping stuff from here. I think we'll pump from here and ignore this. So we're actually going to make this a little bit different than they did, where we just put a farm tile here. The thing that I do want to get the same is the plants. Actually, we're going to do this mirrored compared to how they did it. So we're going to put at least one plant here, which means that we need to at least be able to get in here. This needs to be deconstructed to 3 there. Okay, and we're going to need to come over to here, cancel this for now. That's going to be how we get into this. We need to now start filling this up with water. Let's map this out. If I have 2 coral, or 2 clams, and then that's 2 more plots for the amount of amount of dupes we have now. That's for 6 dupes. Let's do enough for 8 dupes. So we'd have to actually take out all these natural tiles here. And I'm actually going to make this entire thing mesh tiles. Cancel all of these, and we're probably going to have to cancel this until they do the bottom part. The floor. So I have to go like this. And then we're gonna need a ladder coming down here so that we can get into this area for this claim. Skill required operation. Only duplicants with the improved farming 1 skill can operate this building. Do I not have a person in farming? No, the rancher can do that. Okay, I'm a little confused there. All right. Once we get 1 clam going, we'll do better on this. I probably should add the pump in now to get this pumped up here. So let's start playing this out. We're gonna definitely do that to fill this in. I'm gonna need a pump. Let's go right above the clam so we don't accidentally pump the water out there. I'm gonna want just salt water. So I might put one of these in the area up here once we get to that point. Should be able to get rid of those now. So we have that there. I'm okay with the water weed getting killed off. And then we need to bring this up there. We now have the light. And I'm going to bring this down. And then bring this over, but not connect it. Fleeing. Oh, because of these guys. I guess they're too close because they don't have a door, so let's put a door in for right now. In the future, this is going to be our filtration system for the toilet. So we now have the light, we can place that in. Let's do this. Nah, we'll do the regular ones. So we don't need light for the clams, so I'm going to actually hold off on the light for right now. I am, however, going to put the wiring in for it. And I don't know how far over to the left we're going to need to go, so let's do there. We'll leave it with that. I really want to deconstruct this, but it needs a demolition expert in order to do that. We got that second research done very quickly. I'll hold off on doing more until they are done doing some of this building. Why still fleeing? Can I have the door, please? Like, alright, I need to figure out who's fleeing what. I think it's them fleeing the crabs, but I also didn't see the crabs attack them. Do we have the poles? No, that's not what I'm gonna click on. Let's look through this. See what research I want to do. I probably want to get into insulated liquid pipes and being able to make gaskets. We also need the bathroom, so let's do that. And we also need to get into the water sieve. So we'll start with bathroom, unless I find something more important than that. The poles are right here, so we definitely don't have the poles yet. We also don't have a better power source. We are okay with what we're doing right now. Let's go all the way back down to here. We'll focus on these. I kind of want to just kill off these crabs, actually, now I'm looking at it. Let's do that and hope that they don't get killed off by doing that. Yeah, I don't know why they went in there. Alright, medicine, triage cot. We'll place one triage cot. Actually, let's place it over here instead. Just so that we can heal the small amount of damage that our dupes took. Can I have somebody build that? I think we need that more than the other stuff. We did get a little bit of a pressure system going on over here. So the oxalate up here must be pumping out very quickly. 2, 3, 4. Once that goes away, this is going to fall and break. We do still have all this oxalate. Alright, in here I want myself, because it's the lowest amount of damage. Then we'll do Sophie. No, let's do our cook next. Yap is probably going to take the longest amount of time, but we also have a decent amount of food, so we don't need somebody running on that as all the time. I also want this to have all edible. Oh, except for ingredients, that's why it wasn't on all. Alright, no raw shellfish. Does this have raw shellfish? No, it does. And that should be turning it both into cooked food. Yep. So it should be including the omelets that are on the floor. There we go, now we're cleaning it up. I'm gonna tell them to clean up this again. probably should put a rock crusher in here as well. So let's go into refinement. Rock crusher would normally go down here. So I'll put that in. This can go over there. There is an ammonite in chat if anyone wants that Gen 1 fossil. I'm also going to inspect this. And let me make sure I can build it. I see the ability to build it, but I don't see it on the research thing. Res research, valve, miniaturization. I assume that it's in liquids, but it's not. It's right here. Okay, so the mini liquid pump, mini gas pump, and mini fridge are all within the same DLC. Only the mini fridge is an aquatic plant pack DLC content thing. So this is a new thing. Alright. We want to start doing lime because we're going to be using lime as a food source for something. Currently don't remember what that is, but we will be using it as a food source. Did we end up moving that egg? We did move the egg, okay. So now Yalp is on the triage cot without me even telling them to either. What is this from? Pressure. So we're going to deconstruct that. We don't need that anymore. Especially if it's not going to work. This is just water. I'm going to cancel the sweep on that. Where are you going, Sophie? Getting food? Getting food. Look at this. We can either get a Freya with Frostproof. I'm going to assume that Freya always has Frostproof and that this doesn't get randomized. But we will take the ice. And I want to take that ice, relocate it to right here. That is both going to cool down the water down here slightly, but also warm up that ice. Okay, finish that. Should I move this over? Put the ladder here. I probably should move it over 3 tiles. Can I move this ladder over 3 tiles without destroying that tree? No, that tree is quite large. That's the entire area for trees, so it's a 3x4 area. Wait, I can move this over. I don't have to move over 4 tiles, just 3. No, I do need it 4 tiles over, because we need to put a wall here. So we would be getting rid of that tree if we moved it over for the ladders to fit that area. We can change that later on. Yap is almost fully healed. If we had put this in a hospital, we would be able to heal a little bit faster. What does it require for hospital? Toilet and dining table. Does it require a plumbing toilet? Or does an outhouse work? Because I can temporarily set this up just to make it faster. It'll make getting Soapy fully healed faster. Oh, that does count. Okay. So we now have a hospital right there. That should make Yap heal a lot faster, and now Soap can go in there. We have our scientists and our cook back. The height that they're going up to breathe is now a lot lower. So the oxygen is coming down here a little bit easier. What I could do is tell them to dig all of this out. That would let the gases move a lot quicker. This is making oxygen. I'm going to assume that we're getting oxygen being produced up here in some way. So I wonder if I dug this out and had all the what happened to the liquid over here? That should have still been in the liquid. Alright, I'm gonna have to dig this out just to allow stuff to move around. And I can't get down here now because there's no liquid. Let's do that and hope that we can get stuff. Because that is harvest ready. We do have the toilets. I'm gonna let them sit for a little bit. Because we have a lot of building stuff that's in the way. Sophie should be almost done healing. Maybe half a cycle with another doctoring errand. Sophie might not even need another doctoring errand. I think they only have one more tick of health. There we go. So they don't need this room anymore, but I'm going to let them focus on other stuff. Why did that have to get repaired? Oh, water pressure. That makes sense. I am debating on just making this not need to be repaired. If I start going over to the right, we'll deconstruct this. I'm gonna start pushing this water over and then put mesh tiles on this. Let's put a mesh tile right here so we can still use that tattered beach chair. So now that should allow gas to move a lot more freely. How is there unbreathable gas here? Oh, it's just polluted oxygen. There's not a lot of polluted oxygen. Okay. So now they can get back down here. Why are you just sitting there? Oh, you must be breathing while swimming. In an area that has almost 8 kilograms of oxygen. Okay, this we want... eggshell and bookshelf molt into lime, of course. We do want a little bit of table salt, but not all of the salt into that. So I might do a thing later on where we just fill a bin and then have this get turned off. Let's have somebody on this in a higher priority, so that we're always getting lime done. We do have a little bit of poke shells to go through. I think I might also build a small storage bin down here for that. This is the pearls. We don't have a bin for seeds yet. Now we have them constantly working on this. We're getting pretty full on our refrigerator. So I got a regular pod. Ooh, more rubber boots. We'll give them to Sophie. Can you even tell that I'm wearing them? Yep, you can. You can see the jumpsuit and the little yellow boots. Eggshell. Not Molly. Molt. What about the small molts? What do you make? Let's look at this. Eggshell molts. The babies should be... Do the babies make molts and it's just a different shape? I'm gonna guess it's just a different shape, so putting those there is the same. I put that on a 7 so that hopefully somebody's going around and getting the molts for in there first. I should probably high prioritize those 3 tiles so that we can turn this on and start filling that with water. We can get in here and dig this out, so I don't know why the digger isn't doing that yet. Starting to get broken tile issue here again. Luckily, nobody got stuck. I don't know why I paused. Bring that over one more. I think what I might do instead is just deconstruct these 2 tiles, and then that extra water should just flow up and over. But we are still trying to get this to stay flowing up here. Let's start placing tiles there. I'll place the last tile on that. So yeah, we do have a little bit of extra water flowing over, which is fine. I would have liked this to be filled in, but that got oxygen in it. Yeah, let's try and fix that. Which I don't think I can anymore. Yeah, I think that oxygen is going to be forever stuck in that tile now, because gas is good to the right before going left. Anyway, we're almost to the point where now all the water is staying up here on this tile. This does count as a liquid lock if I can get into here. That way we can destroy those 2 tiles and get this oxygen out of here. Hopefully. Okay, they got it over here. Let's put the farm tile. And we need to start filling this with water. Let's deconstruct that tile so they can put the pipe in. Now, someone might get stuck in here as they're deconstructing things. I'm hoping if I replace that, we won't get any oxygen in here. If I get this timed well. Because there's no way to turn this off. So what I think is going to happen is that this is going to fill with water and this isn't going to get rid of oxygen. Although it did. So let's see what happens as it keeps doing it. Nope, oxygen did not move, so let's deconstruct that again. Because what the oxygen is doing is keeping the water from staying in here. It's going to keep overflowing. Hopefully if I do it now... That's going to take the water away, which means that the gas moves. Which means that this is going to fill in again. Let's cancel this. There we go. That got rid of all of it. And I'll deconstruct that just so that there's a vacuum. That right there. What I'm trying to see is how much water is still stuck in here. And if it's going to ever overflow again. I got to about 800, so I think this is fine and never going to overflow. So we shouldn't have any broken tiles anymore. They built pretty much all the stuff that they could build. But that back there, we do need them pumped into here. We also need a pearl to do that. Start taking salt water out of here and placing it up here. I will also do this to try and get all that done. The same thing up here. So it should be getting only salt water, which it is. And that's now a full crab, so let's kill off the crab. Also, sweep up this. My next thing is to try and get this to have more stuff in it. Which I don't know how much more I can get in here. I could come up here and dig this out just to drop that little bit of water. I don't know if it's going to help anything. We do have another geyser over here. What do we have? Leaky oil fissure, so we have some oil here. We are not going to use that. We shouldn't need that oil. Blueprint? We don't have a way to ranch pips, so we'll reject all of that. And I'm hoping that digging this out also means that the oxygen that's coming from these corals are all going into the same spot. Kind of tempted to break these. What's the least grown? 66, 87. 34. 37. Harvest ready, so they could just come over here and get that. 95. That's not even completely done? Oh. This is saying atmosphere. There's no geyser here. What's this? Cool slush geyser. Is it cool slush geyser saltwater? And if we keep going straight up, we're gonna hit this tidal spring. I'm thinking the one that said 34, unless we get this. We also probably have to go like this. Yeah, I had a feeling. We explored more. We're now up to 2 tiles of water down here. We're almost ready to start ranching these clams for pearls. I think our cook is coming up here for the pearl. Yes, they are. It's also doing a... No, I want to get the pearl first. Now we uproot. We're low on power. We should probably put in this over here. Alright, we should have a seed now, so let's put clam plum here. Put that on a 7 so it's done almost immediately. And there's still a weird liquid lock over here going on, where it thinks it's making an infinite liquid source. That is apparently farmable. So what I'm going to do right now is just cut this off from power again. And this only needs sand for right now. When we get into doing the coral, we're going to need salt water for them. Now I'm hoping that these don't both shut off at the same time. Doesn't seem like it. It also seems like the more water it can suck in, the longer it runs for. So maybe putting it in its own box is not beneficial for us. It seems like it's sucking in all that water. When this tile runs out of water, then it starts spitting it back out. Maybe doing this is faster, because it requires it to keep running more. I don't know. Let's get that mopped up so we're not getting soggy feet from going in there. Is it digging both? It is digging the back tiles. I didn't click on that. At least not intentionally. Does this count as a back tile? Hold on. No, that's not a back tile. Why did they come down here to dig instead of just staying? Oh, because they... Okay, I see what went on. So now we're back in here. We can get the waterway. We can get this clam. We're ranching clams, so that should only take a few cycles before we get another one. We should probably have enough for another... Yeah, we do have enough for another tile. So I should probably get this reconnected. And dig out another 3 tiles here. They're going to be stuck in here now. Okay, I only need one apparently. Why is it again doing natural back tile? Does it just like automatically go there? No, it doesn't. We are now able, actually we're not able. We want to place in these tiles here. I was going to say we're able to fully let this fill in with water. Let's go straight down like this and make sure we place in all these tiles. I'm going to place in a temporary tile right there, so that this doesn't overflow. Alright, now we don't care if this starts filling in. Did we put in... We did put in the thing over here. Let's connect that and get a little bit more power. Okay, that got the seed back. Let's do... Oh, not empty. Copy settings right here. And then let's find another clan that we can take from. 75, 95. 43 is the lowest so far. $46. We get in here, we can take that one. But I want to do it in a way that we don't drain all this water out of here. I guess it would be best to go from like right here. No, wait. We should probably drain this into there. Hmm. I'll have to see what's over there. Oh, here's another person. Offer in exchange for 36,000 kcals of sushi for 1 gasket and 2 Golem palm seeds. Is this supposed to be good? Gasket and 2 tree seeds? That doesn't seem like very useful. And I can't look at that again, so I don't remember what they're going to give us in turn for the pearls. And it looks like this water evened out. I'm going to dig that out and see if the gases release easier. I want to see if this will soak up all that water. Okay, it does have an amount of water it'll suck up before it starts producing. It doesn't just forever soak up water. I was hoping to get this water enough that this would start growing again, but it doesn't look like we were able to. I think they're still working on this, but I'm not sure. We found our teleporter drop-off point. Let's look at skills. They've probably been skilled long enough. Our mechatronics engineer is ready to start going into improved carrying. Our digger has other stuff, actually. Could get them into demolition. Yeah, let's do that. Just so we can get rid of that one thing. Of course, critter wrenching too. That's our achievement for finishing off a skill tree. We have a lot of water up here. Come down here. Don't know why this went off twice. Zinc or sandstone? Let's take the zinc. I'm gonna let this keep drinking water and placing it in here. We are now about to start filling in this spot. We're almost at the point where we can start digging across here. We're gonna end up cutting this off from water. Is that regular water? It is. What biome is this? Aluminum ore, igneous rock. Space exposure. We've made it to the top. Oh, it's a lush forest. So we can range pips now. That's also mealwood in here. Excellent fruit, I think, is right there. Okay. Oh no! All the water was trying to save up here. We must have dug underneath some sand. Well, that ruined that plan of getting water in here. Alright, let's just dig up here then. There's no point to continue digging that way. Dang, I was really trying to keep all that. Actually, hold on. Since we have to come up here anyway, let's put a ladder there. Then if we dig through here, we're gonna steal seeds from these plants. That's how we're gonna get our first corals. And hopefully all that water is gonna fall in here. We do this correctly. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna dig this area, which I should probably do now. And then I'm gonna just drain water from here. I have the ladders placed in because at some point that's going to not have any liquid for them to swim up. This is almost a full tile now. Why is this not getting another tile? Let's do an infinite liquid source. Oh, there it goes. So it goes up to 1100 before it gets another tile. Okay. I think we're good to do that. And it shouldn't affect our crop too much. So that's now filling in. Oh, I forgot that it's gonna equalize between the two areas. Okay, so that got close to not being usable. Alright, we got over here. If we dig those two tiles out. Oh, we have a saltwater geyser. Nice! We found it. And it's almost all the way in space. I was expecting to find a saltwater geyser. There's a Venonat in chat if anyone's that Gen 1 Pokemon. So I'm glad we came all the way up here. We were trying to get to this pearl, but I think we might end up getting a different pearl. Yeah, this one's at 2, so let's uproot that now. We use that as our second pearl, or our second clan. Gonna dig that tile out. We'll wait until we get up to about 200 kilograms, and I'm going to take away this tile. Because I think this very quickly filled in, yeah. So let's deconstruct this. The 2 tiles that this would fill in shouldn't drop us below 200. So that's almost done. And then the rest is just when it fills in. Do have to keep an eye on how many pearls we have. Blue coral seed, okay. Eventually this is going to not be able to emit stuff. That's now growing. Should be able to get in here. Polluted mud is a thing. Let's look through all these again, put them on different numbers. So I want nothing to do with the leaky oil feature. There's one over here. This is cool slush geyser. We'll put that on a 6. That's a possible maybe. And it's just to tell me that I looked at it already. There was something over here, I think. I'm not seeing it, so I guess we'll go over to the iron volcano that's over here. That's natural gas. Put that on a 6. Actually, we'll put that on a 7. This one, iron volcano, put that on a 7. That's neutronium, so we found the edge of the planet over here. And we just looked through that. Okay. So we're somewhat running out of space. That should mean that the neutronium is over here. Yes. So this is now the entire width of the asteroid. Oh, you are trapped. That's going to prevent them from digging that. Oops. I wanted to get the seeds from that. There we go. So we should be getting pearls a lot quicker than before. I'm gonna put a tile there so we can try and block this in. Possibly even deconstruct these. So that when this pushes the water over the edge of this, we can not have the water drain back in. That's the whole plan for right now. The longer it soaks in water, the longer it spits out the water. So it would be running for longer, but at the same time, does that mean it's more efficient now? So I have no idea. It says it's been used 68% out of the last 5 cycles, so I don't know if it means it doesn't have enough water or it has more than enough. But either way, we're going to place in 2 tiles here. We're going to slowly build the gas out of this. Wait, there's oxygen there. I want to do this when it's filled. Yeah, because now there's oxygen there. Okay. Let's get a tile over there. Why is the there's carbon dioxide in here now? Okay, can't say this whole idea. There's too many liquids over here, or too many gases. It's because carbon dioxide's stuck right there. Okay, what I'm gonna do is replace all the tiles that we took away just now. And I'm gonna overfill this on purpose. So that hopefully we can place in the tiles here without it being an issue. Should make sense in a little bit. It actually doesn't seem like it's gonna not overfill. Or that it's not gonna drain out. What if I did this now? I might just go about this a different way. I'm focusing too much on random things that we don't need to really worry about. Let's get that lettuce. We're now over here. We also haven't drained it yet. Because we can keep trying to push this out, but I don't know how well it's going to be pushed out of here. Especially with this being now all carbon dioxide. Water doesn't really push carbon dioxide that easily. Oh, we got a clam seed. Okay, we might not have had to destroy those clams earlier. If I can get this in before this starts sucking up water. Nope, too late. Cancel that. I'm gonna see if I can get them to put it in a little bit. We can get this carbon dioxide to leave this area. Because this is making a double liquid lock here. I think this is now a liquid lock. Sure does look like it to me. Let's place a tile right there. I figured out how to do it a little bit easier. A little bit easier, I mean. Alright, now we redeconstruct all these. And this will now forever stay a vacuum, especially if I put a tile right there to make sure that it doesn't move. This can overflow and drain out all the liquid into this pool that it's not going to end up using. Now that we're done with all that nonsense, we have another 100, almost 200 kilograms of pearl. Salt water's getting deeper over there. Water over here doesn't seem like it's getting any lower. So I don't know if there's like an infinite liquid source over here somewhere. Where's this water coming from? What happened here? No, this water's gonna drain out of here. I don't know if there's like a pressure issue there. I don't know, but I'm gonna let it drain out. All that work to try and get this one clam to keep going. Oh well. Tell them to place in the ladder so that we can get this coral. We are going to plan out our toilets. So let's do the plumbing. We can actually start researching the insulated stuff. Let's first do... No, we'll do the insulated stuff. Now let's do the water sieve. Alright, water comes out one of these tiles. I don't remember if it's 4 tiles tall or 3 tiles tall. I think it's 4. So this is the water going in. And for some reason I can't remember where the input is. Input's bottom left. So do that as the input, then we'll copy what we did in the last colony by doing the output like this. I guess we'll go up and over. Not like that. I'm pretty sure it's that tile. It could be wrong, could be over one more. Not too sure. We are going to get rid of all this, though. We don't need any of that stuff right there. Looks like pretty soon we will be able to get over to here. Because this is almost filled up, so that means that's going to fill up quickly and then topple over. We do have 50... Yeah, 50? We do have 50 kcals of food. I think we're ready to get another dupe. We do have 200 kilograms of pearl, so I think we can put in our next plots. So if I do those two, well actually, we'll cancel this one so we can build that. Filter, gas filter, sludge press. I am thinking about killing off this tree. We do have another tree here. I know we have a seed from a tree that we broke, but I'm trying to see if there's another seed. No, it looks like this is going to be the only tree that we're going to have until we start branching them, which requires sulfur, which we do get from another plant or a critter. I forget which one, but there is something that the glum tree has synergy with. Let's go down here and look at sulfur. Galena? There's lead? We superheat lead, we get molten lead and sulfur? Huh. There was something that I was looking at earlier that makes sulfur. I forget what it is. So we'll ignore it for now. Now all the polluted water is going to start falling down here. Was there a turtle in this? I don't think there was. No, or food. Alright, we need to get down here and dig all that. I could alternatively just... put these in a higher priority. It is going to cut off us getting out here, though. Why do you look like you're hurt? It's just a swimming animation. Can you guys build this faster? Alright, I'm gonna wait until they're all done eating, but I need this built. That will eventually stop the water from dripping down. Then I need to tell them to prioritize digging out this, so that the water level can at least drop. What happened to the snail? Snail is still there. I don't know if the snail is going to suffocate. Alright, building, suit wearing, building, ranching, farming. We're definitely not going to take this builder because bottomless stomach. We could take this just to get a farmer and a builder. Let's do this to get a farmer as we get them to start building as well. So let's switch this to being Yelp so that Bubbles can sleep here instead. And Bubbles, we'll get you into farming. And then building. So we can get a demolitions expert. I'm gonna guess that I need to dig this out even more. I don't really want to get that critter out here though, because we have the clam down here. But I do need to get us getting this done. That's crazy. Took out 2 clams by whatever happened here. Maybe there was oxalate there that has been continuously off-gassing? I don't know. There's a keep hole, or kelp hole. They can be harvested for nori. We still have too much space in here, or too much liquids? There's 3 kilograms of liquid here. We now have the insulated. We have the thing here. I went up 1 tile too high. This actually has to go to here. And also get connected. We also need the bottle drainer, right? Yeah. Research, we need this. Grams. I think we still need to dig out a little bit more. Let's dig this area out to see if we can get a longer straw on this. Looks like the liquid over here is going down. Guessing there's mucin over here? No, it's just water. It's salt water. Okay. That made everything drop though on this side. I should be able to go like this. Okay, let's start getting these soda canes back in here. Start mopping this up. Over here we do have the ability to dig that out now. Whenever they get around to it. And I'm gonna guess that this is no longer producing too much liquid. It did for a second. I'll let it keep going. I think it's funny that the research table takes dirt. Look at using a microscope on dirt to get research for making a pipe. The water makes sense for a supercomputer because computers get too hot and you got a water cooler or something. But the other one, we're just taking dirt and looking at dirt. Too bright. Oh, that's right. That's why he was pushed over there. I forgot Yalp is going to probably end up having his own room. Yalp, you're going to sleep down here now. I might even push a bed over to the side and move 3 this way. So that he's separated by 2 tiles. But for now, we'll do this until we get too many dupes that we need to move the beds around. What are they using zinc ore for? Why would the liquid pipes use an ore instead of sandstone? Seems weird. Alright, let's do our first of 3 predictions. We waited 2 hours, not intentionally. So, in the top left corner is a little blue button. Is that going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? According to this, our last thing that we got on the stream from 3 days ago was wallpaper, if that helps anyone. You guys have 10 minutes to decide, starting now. There is also a Cedra in chat. Alright, and at this point, I'm going to do a mass sweep. Everything in the base. We did get research done, I didn't notice that. So that should mean that we're 1 step away from getting the bottle drainer. Earlier I said emptier, but that's not what I meant to say. We are also ready to start digging this out. We might be lucky enough by the time that we start doing the stuff for the corals. We might have enough pearls to just plant everything in. Luckily, I placed this ladder in a good spot. We are going to have to deconstruct, I think, 2 more pieces of the ladder, which I might as well do now. But it is over 1 tile. We're going to be moving 1 clam. Oh, actually, this isn't in a good spot. We're going to have to move this over a couple tiles. Starvation, why? Yep, you just need to go get food. We'll take the fertilizer for right now. Could take rocketry and a farce flash frequently. Yeah, we'll take the fertilizer. I don't think we're ready to start mass collecting duplicates. We actually don't even have a oxygen generator right now. I guess this area is just getting filled more and more. Except for right here. There's a liquid lock right here, so that's going to get filled in. That is our oxygen generator in here, though. So if we do that, we would be able to grab the oxygen from this. And be able to get in here to grab stuff. I'm just trying to figure out why they're taking so long to do stuff. I'm gonna guess it's just the research. Let's take a look at skills. Our original dupes do have more skill points. So I am almost done with mechatronics engineer. We do have this. Oh, we're turning bubbles in our builder. So Sophie, we can actually skill scrub already and get them finished with improved carrying. Yelp. These are ranchers, so they're going to go into improved carrying. And then their skill points, they just need 1 more skill point. And then they'll have Dive Master. Yelp cannot learn Dive Master. Why? Oh, not enough skill points, okay. So this grilling tab will go into improved carrying 2, and then we just need 1 more skill point for Dive Master. Sophie, on the other hand, does still need 1 more skill point. So we're gonna skill scope Sophie though. Does mean I need to put skill scrubber. Space station. Up. Put that there. Does the poll require both sides? Yes, it does. So I don't know if we want to research this now or not. We did finish the regular research. They started digging over here, but they didn't finish it. Someone did go around and sweep up the majority of the stuff I told them to sweep. I also want a tiny amount of water in here. Let's deconstruct this. We'll put a bottle emptier here and put salt water as the thing to go in here. That way when we move the polluted dirt, we don't off-gas it. Or it doesn't off-gas. This is still doing great on filling in. It's actually about to top over the next thing. Give me 1 second, chat. Let's grab the bottle and put that there. I am still waiting for them to place this in. I don't know if... Is this like an unreachable... No, they didn't do this either. Okay, so it's not just unreachable. It could... No, it's not. At all. Let's tell them to dig that out as well. I don't want to tell them to dig everything out. Dig that out. I think we can dig that out without damaging the plants with the amount of stuff we'd be digging from. We do have the first thing for a coral. So let's place in our one coral that we can place. For some reason we can't get the other seeds. That's not ready for clam yet. Let's get a little bit of salt water, enable, put on a 7. We just need one bottle in there. Does the snail prefer not being in the tile? Oh, it can be in a tile, okay. I mean, it makes sense that the snail is okay with being in a tile since it makes mucin, which is a liquid. What if that tile that drips the mucin in became a full tile of liquid? Where are you taking the pearl? You could have just built the tile. Okay, I have one coral seed. So I should move this ladder to here. And then we have the thing for our first light. So let's place that right there. I could probably move it over a little bit, but we're gonna try it here first. And then this is the clam. Oh, we're also gonna need water put into that, right? Yeah, salt water. So I have to go like this. So that's 3 dupes. And that should be 6 dupes. So what I should do is deconstruct this for the moment. So we can place in the tiles first. I think we have to deconstruct the coral as well. Because it's not going to get any liquid. Let's deconstruct this so I can place in that pipe. I know it seems like a waste of time doing that. What is producing oxygen in here, though? Out there. Out there. Get them replaced. Looks like we killed the crab up here? Oh, or we took one of the eggs that the crab gave us and we killed the egg. Probably what happened. We do have this. Vulcanizer converts latex into rubber. Boots powder. If we had the textile loom, we could do that. What is latex? Or I should say how to get like, liquid. Latex is from the gumwood in the pulverizer. We get latex. Okay. And that gets turned into rubber. We freeze it, we get polluted ice and sugar. Okay, that's good to know in the future. When we actually start ranching them. We also have too much salt water in here. I only wanted a couple hundred, not that much. Actually, this is gonna go straight up. Should probably plan for that now. So that's gonna be a ladder in the future. So you actually won't need that. Let's get the ladder going now. We'll take the rubber boots, and not everyone has rubber boots, except for the newest dupe. Okay, they're semi-trapped. This coral. This clam pearl. Clam palm, I mean. That means this could get deconstructed. and moved over one tile. Once this is completed, I will then deconstruct this tile. So now that should be bringing liquid all the way up there. Let's disconnect that. And that. So now all of this can be deconstructed, that can be deconstructed, this can be replanted. Once they get the pearl from that, we'll disconnect that. Let's place that. I might move this over if we can't get that lit enough. Actually, it might be time to start going like this. Building the tiles in. They got the pearl from this, so we can deconstruct that tile. We're going to put tiles here so that when I place the tiles at the bottom, the water doesn't go up, it's going to go over. And let's do our first prediction of today after I place another coral, which we can't reach. So where were we digging the corals now? From over here, but we can't reach the seeds because the water drained out. So let's do ladders down. And I should be able to grab the coral that we dropped in here. While they're doing that, let's do another layer of walls. So now we should have more coral seeds. We also have another 100 grams of pearls. Tell them to uproot that plant. And then we need to dig another 3 tiles. Put the ladder right here. Another coral. The last wall. If we can put in the top tile here, I will start getting rid of this ladder. We also won't need this ladder anymore, so I might as well deconstruct that too. If we planted 8 of these, we would get 1 per cycle. We could plant 1, wait a cycle, plant a cycle 1, wait a cycle, plant a third one. Or just have them all in the same cycle setting, or same cycle clock, and just get 8 in 1 cycle. I don't know. Also, this look like it keeps dropping and then raising up and then dropping. I would really like them to build at least one of these tiles. And I guess it's time to make a little bit of refined metal. There's some dirt here. Which apparently killed the plant. Or no, it didn't. Yes, it did. But the ladder actually killed it. And they're very quickly doing the zinc. We'll do that, we'll do this. And then we get to do this. And continue this going over. No, we want it over here. I don't see right here. I miscounted something. It is every 2. Yeah, so that's actually where that needs to be. So this is actually 1 tile too close. That's fine, we can deconstruct the tile again. Apparently it's getting light. Don't know how that happened. Okay, we have a little bit of refined metal, so let's grab this. Place that right there. Go like that. This is going to be for polluted water, so we can get this polluted water out of here. And next, I'm just going to go like this. And like this. Get rid of all that stuff. I'm also going to tell Yelp to not come up here. He's going to keep making them with the bright-eyed thing. Ah, we can also deconstruct all this, by the way. How's the temperature doing in this area? It's actually not too hot. For once, I don't have an issue with temperature. This, on the other hand, technically is open to space, although space won't cool down the area. If anything, we're heating up the tiles close to it. This will eventually stifle itself and cool down. I'm not really worried about it. Let's put the polluted water here. What do we have in here? Ooh, squash fries. Supply building research with a skill. Bottomless stomach, no. Mouth reader, no. Shabby dresser, maybe, but it's only operating rocketry. We don't need a piloter. So we'll take the food. Let's deconstruct this and move the food over a couple tiles. Nobody is starving. Apparently I only needed 100 kilograms for this. I thought I needed 2. And I'm thinking about digging up all these. And replanting them so that they're all in the same cycle. These I can just deconstruct, actually. We have one more that did not get uprooted yet. It seems like the light that's only reaching these 4 tiles is what's getting turned into oxygen. So it looks like this has to be here. And then we'll get a little bit more oxygen. Okay, they took care of all the plants, so let's plant these again. Dig that out, and come all the way down here. I don't think we need to keep pumping. Oh, we do. We need it for the plants. So I just need to move this over 2 tiles. Okay, that can be deconstructed. Pipes, on the other hand, need to be extended there. This can be disconnected and deconstructed. Oh, that's a back tile. We're slowly getting into the polluted water area. I still haven't finished these. We do have another 100 kilograms for another one of these. And that is saying building flooded, but over here it's fine. I don't understand the difference between that. Is there really too much water? Because the other person's lights are in the water. Building flood. So I guess I need to let some of this water out. Or just deconstruct down and let the water flow out. Eventually it'll be okay. I want that to be another coral. So we should see that this slowly gets more and more pressure in this area. We do have this opened now so we can get stuff from this, but we're also getting the polluted water. So I think I will just let them clean up the base. They did start moving the polluted water over, but we also got some polluted water in this area. Alright, let's deconstruct those two toilets and turn them into the plumbed toilets. Should also put in more room for showers. We'd want to go all the way over here, so that means you are gonna have to go. I'm just trying to think, because we have sand here. I'm gonna have to dig that out. Or just this one. Let's place a tile right there. Should get this ready for dropping off the unusable water or the overflow water. But right now we're just going to drop it from our base because we don't have a floor. So we'll go like this. And it seems like this is done emptying out, so let's build a tile there. We could take the tile, or the coral from here since it's not doing anything. So I will. That critter is now stuck, so I'm actually going to just kill them off. Apparently they can't get across this without both bottom tiles here. Why did you pee? Instead of using the toilet. What? They can use the toilet at any time. That's not a room because it doesn't have the toilets. Why? Okay. Let's look at what a regular pod is. We'll take the spicy tofu. We do have a supply digger, or builder. Building impaired, though. So they like building, but they also don't like building. Anyway, we'll take the spicy tofu. We never did our first prediction, did we? So let's pause for a second. We have 30 points in wallpaper. And it's bottoms. Let's choose the option. Fortunately, I'm taking your points. We're going to immediately start the next prediction. So is the next one here going to get us tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You have 10 minutes to decide. We will do this one in about a half hour. So now that we're adding another 2 buildings to this, I think we want to bring this over to keep this in the middle of the room. Now we're going to need to bring the water line over. Showers. Somebody's using the toilets for the first time. I want them doing the toilets first before the sinks because the toilets are the thing that creates the extra little bit of water that's going to prime this area. The sinks just use and create the same amount of water. Place this shower in there, and they just have to dig this out and such. We have some duplicate skills. This is still submerged for some reason. Alright, weren't we taking them off of that? But this person in building. Yeah, we were gonna skill scrub Sophie. Please don't go past the shower. Okay, it didn't. We now have a way for them to get rid of soggy feet. I think we also need a way to get rid of the water. I am getting annoyed with this. I want to see if I rebuild it, if it will still be submerged. Or saltwater just so viscous it doesn't flow out that much. There we go. So that has a couple more tiles. But it's not going over here. Hold on. Blue coral requires 2,500 lux. Might need more light than this. He was doing it 4 tiles apart, like we are. Unless that is a different type of light. I think that might be a different type of light. So down here, we have 900 lux. We need more than that. If I just align that and then do that, I want to see how much light we get from it. Did Sophie finish? Sophie did finish, wow. Okay, Sophie. And so there you go, you get the super duper hard digging. And then the next skill it goes into Dive Master. That's them completely done. Then we just have myself, which after my next skill point going into Mechatronics Engineering, we have all of our skill points. And then Yalp has to get one more skill point, and then it technically has all of it. We just have to get rid of digging. And then all we're doing is getting bubbles up to running. Let's do that. I want to do sweep of everything. We don't have a way to get rid of salt water. We also need to do this. So let's get rid of this. And put this in its place when we can. Can't wait to get rid of this. The research portal is a thorn in my eye. How are we doing on water? We're doing well enough that the toilets aren't emptying out. And all that's going to happen for a little bit is that these are going to equalize, because it's a 50-50 split. That is making a lot more now. Which may actually be too much. Said we needed 25, right? So is every other light enough? Do something like that and just do this. Well, right here is 1950. That's not enough. 2250 right there. I think we might want it both sides, not right in the center. If I move this ladder over, you guys will see what I mean. You guys can't get out from there right there? Really? Okay. We'll do that, and then 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm curious to see if this will be the right amount. This one right here in the center should be getting hit by 4. That's 3,000. That's only 500 lux more than it needs. This one's still at 1950, but it also doesn't have the next light in. So I think if we do the 2 corners of the farm plots, we should get enough. So if I keep doing this, and then right there. And then I'm gonna make this look a little bit nicer. We're doing that. Actually, no. Let's make it go straight up for each one. So now that's enough for 3 duplicates. They add in this light right here, we have enough for the duplicates that we currently have. And then we're just waiting for the pearls to give us 200 more pearl. We're waiting for the clams to give us 200 more pearl. Alright, we have all of that. We need a spot to get rid of salt water, so we'll do this. And we'll do this. But we won't put it on enable auto bottle. How's our water doing now? We do have enough up here to turn this into the plumbed sinks. Let's do so. That's going to be a medicine. Don't know where all this water came from. I'm guessing from the sinks themselves. Grab the oxyfern. I don't think we need... Do we need supplying and researching? Slow learner, so they have decreased science. We could use a supplier. determines how quickly a dupe can conduct some research and levels up their attributes. So we have a researcher that is very slow at doing their one job, but is still faster at doing research than our other dupes, but their skill points are 30% slower. We could also do rocketry, tidy, ranching. I thought that said researching, now that I'm thinking about it. We're not going to take this slow learner. The combination of those two things are pretty good. But with slow learning, actually it might be worth it, regardless. Let's take auto. I think we'll stop with the people there. Auto can live up there. We need to get somebody off of researching. Me. So we'll get auto into researching. I don't think we need them to do anything else. Actually, we probably need to get into applied science for the radiation science. So I think there's a few things in radiation that we need. I don't think we need data banks. Unless we want to get the aquatic milking station, which is used for getting avoline from squid ink. Avoline can be heated at 80 degrees to steam and brack wax. It can be frozen into frozen avoline. If we put it in the gleaner, we get mucin, carbon dioxide, and caviar. That's the only reason to get sea queens, or to range sea queens. Sea queens eat the pearls from the clams. We might go through this to get caviar. Can be added to food at a mess table to boost morale. So this kind of works just like salt. So we can actually ignore that. Which means that we do only need radiation science. We don't need databank science. Is there anything in databank that we need? Solid filtering, we could. Diamond press, I don't think we need to make diamonds. In order to make a beach chair, we need databanks. No, we don't need anything in databank science. So we really do need to get them in. Oh, that's not what I need to click on. We do need to get them into applied science for the radiation science. But we also need to find a way to make radiation. Unless we just have our Yelp standing in one spot for forever and get the radiation from him. We do have another 100 kilograms of pearl. And if we get just one more pearl, we have enough for this. Copy settings. We don't really need that placed in yet, so I'm not going to tell them to sweep it up. I'm also going to tell them to pick up the regular wall, put that in there. What is this? Why did I not put the salt water in there first? Weird stuff. Alright, we have 2 people in science. We need to get myself off of it. And then the only other thing that we're really waiting on to get our original 3 dupes off of doing 2 things is a cook. Because that'll get Yalp off of cooking. We now do have enough oxygen production as the error has now gone away. we have the gum thumbs. We never put in the sinks for over here. So let's do that before we forget again. I'm gonna get rid of this now because we won't need that anymore. Our base now is technically clean. Alright, our next thing to do is to start ranching the critters. We don't need to ranch the blow tiers. We have a source of oxygen. Blow tiers make oxygen from water weeds. We don't need to do them. The beacons require phosphorite and starnacle, or one or the other, and they give us lime. Lime is then fed to the corals along with the salt water. So we need beacons for the coral. Starnacles are a phosphorite builder, could be consumed. Okay. On one hand, it makes the phosphorite to feed the beacons, but on the other hand, we could just have the beacons in the same room. So let's see how to do that. So if I look at this, there is different looking way to this that I'm looking. None of my words are probably making sense. All I'm trying to get to is that I think we can build this as well. I'm just trying to think of if we're going to copy their way of doing it, or if we want to just hold off on doing this. We are going to need more coral. So is there a coral that we have not dug into, or one that we're close to digging into? There's another clam. If we could get down to this, we could grab this coral. Let's get down there. We do have a starnacle here. So let's start figuring out where we're going to build this thing. I, of course, want a 4-tile wide or tall room here. There's a Machamp in chat if anyone wants a fully evolved Gen 1 fighting type Pokemon. This is going to be another liquid room. And I think for the most part we will copy how they did it. So we go there. Then another 3 tiles. Don't know whose traps, so I'm gonna pause. Then another 3 tiles. And that's the floor from what it looks like. Who got trapped? How are you trapped? Because this... not enough. Did you get the coral, though? It looks like they got the coral. We do have skill points. I think we never put me back into Mechatronics Engineer. There. Get the swimming. Mechatronics Engineering. I might put Bubbles' next skill point into swimming, just because if they're our main builder, it would probably benefit from it. I don't know what's going on over here. Fertilization. So they didn't get the line yet. Okay. Okay, from here, we're going to need 2 of the farm plots. But the room is actually going to be 3 farm plots wide, so we actually want to go out not 1, not 2, but to here. To that spot. We're going to need to set this here. The majority of this being that, and then the fish feeder right there. That's going to be, I have to set to phosphorate for a little bit. That may also get the beacons to just swim up there. I don't know how that's going to work. I also don't know what is giving oxygen over. Oh, do they give oxygen out to the sides? No, because they'd be doing it over here. I don't know. It's not too important instance. I also forgot to do this. That would also mean that I have to do this. And just so I'm safe, I'm gonna go like this. You know, while we're here, I'm gonna make sure that everything is cleaned up from inside our base. That should get them to get all the salt water out of here. There is mucin we have to worry about. Let's deconstruct those 2 tiles and sweep up that mucin. Oh, there is a slug egg. Okay, that egg's gonna have to go in here. We're just gonna move the mucin over. There's no liquid in there, right? No, it's all carbon dioxide. Alright, we haven't gotten another clam yet. Let's look at this. We got digger, tidy, ranching, operating. That's a good combination. Dig, ranch, or dig, research, farm. Increase use of toilet. Dig, research, farm. We did just get a researcher, so we probably don't need that. We do have a farmer that's doing 2 jobs, so we're probably fine. Sophie does now have an extra skill point, so they are now completely done with Dive Master. Let's get the... Oh, we need to do that research. The radiation research. Or do we? No, we don't. We just need animal control. We will need radiation. I have to figure out how in the world we're going to get radiation. Aside from the sun. Because down here, this won't have any radiation. I don't think our other planet has the radiation biomes. The tundra biome, it does have the tundra. We might want to go over to get the tundra stuff. Didn't we just look at this? Oh no, I just didn't choose. We'll grab the rest. It is also time for our second prediction. We have 0 points in the prediction, so I'm just going to cancel it. And we'll open and see what we get. So we have... Oh, this would have been a decoration. Because it's a dupe required thing to do. We can't build it. Alright. And then let's start our... Nah, we'll wait a little bit. We'll wait about another 15 minutes before we do our third and final prediction. Oh, that's mucin. That's why it's still there. Alright, let's make a little pool of mucin in this room. And then I want to tell them to sweep up this area. These are set to the same thing, right? They should be. Oh, there is another slug. Let's tell them to relocate the slug over there, or the snail. And then also sweep up all this, I suppose. And that let all the mucin up. Okay, so mucin is lighter than water. We don't have refined metals as part of this. Our bathroom is fully flushed out. We got another skill point. Well, that was just an attribute. No, it was a skill point. Good carrying. Gas range, smoke, a deep fried sushi bar, space. Okay, so this is used for all the other additional cooking areas other than the grill. I was thinking about doing something with the mucin. Just don't remember what. Squid ink gets turned into mucin, refined carbon. Mucin could be used as an alternative in food for water. So almost anything that has water could be switched for mucin. So we could use it for mush bars, lice loaf, or the paku treat. So I think we might not ranch the slugs or the snails. Did he give us anything? The shells they leave behind after molting could be crushed into lime. Okay, we're gonna need the snails. They consume salt, they extrude dirt. Probably would be a small ranch if we do it. While they're doing this, I am trying to think of what we're gonna do. There's a lot more critters with this DLC than the other one. There's our research done. Aquatic grooming station. They had placed it right here. Actually, the thing that this is requiring is a back tile. So something over here does not have a back tile, which means that we are going to need to research the drywall in order for us to place it in here. I'm guessing that this does not have back wall. Yep. Were we digging the back wall again? No, we weren't. Alright, well anyway, let's dig this out. What do we need to get the critter's bed? That is not at all what I wanted to do. Autosave. Radiation for the aquatic condo. That just gives them a boost in morale. So we don't technically need it. So I think I'll hold off on it. How much solid transportation can I do? If we do this, we can move the eggs around. I'm trying to see how we can ranch these eggs. I see what he did now. Okay, we're gonna copy what they did. There is water in here. Water is not meant to be in here. I think I'm going to build the water out of here. Actually, let's do this first. The mucin is getting piled high. Mucin is a very viscous thing, so it's like visco gel. It will continue going up and make a early game liquid lock. We're gonna keep pushing this water over. This is all salt water, good. At this point we can dig this out. That's regular salt water. We can start deconstructing the tiles that are not pushing the water out. Oh! Salt water rose up. Deconstruct all this. We're gonna have to go another tile up. And start the process over again. And just in case, I'm actually going to deconstruct those two tiles. Make sure we can get all the way up there. We didn't get another pearl yet. That's because these are close to beginning another one. But this one didn't give us one yet? Nope. I guess the pearls that are still alive are... No, this should have... 50 kilogram of pearl right there. We can't get into it. Yes, we can. Just in case. Let's dig that out. There should be another pearl in here, shouldn't there? No, no other pearl. I don't know what's going on. There is a lot of polluted oxygen in here because of this polluted water. I don't know what to do about it. Are we unable to reach? No, we can reach it. They just don't want to move it. Spigot pup. Okay. Farming, ranching. That's the perfect dupe there, aside from the loud snoring. We don't want any of these. Let's continue bringing the water out of here. I have the next research, which gives us textile loom and drywall. So where... It still looks like we dug that out. But anyway. Coryllium. Let's use granite. We'll get a little bit of decor buff while we do it. I'm gonna put them on a priority of 4 so that I can build the tiles first. Okay, all of this needs drywall. Oh, our builder can't get out. I forgot they don't know swimming yet. Can they get a skill point? Pretty soon. We'll give them swimming immediately next. We'll wait a little bit longer on the demolishing. So we should only have salt water over here. If we look at liquids now, we do only have salt water. Get rid of that. Dig this out. And sweep up all of this. So now if I look at stations, aquatic station, this should be able to be placed everywhere except for where there is a building. So I need to deconstruct all of these. And that tile, if we didn't already. Nope, it's already set up to being deconstructed. Okay, so now we go into stations, we grab Quack Shearing Station. And we're going to place it right here. I then want to go into food. Grab these. These do also take pearl. And we are going to place them here. Why can't I place it there? Apparently I can only place it on natural tiles. I can't place it on drywall? That's an issue. Why are you suffocating? How come this doesn't tell you it has to be on it? Accessible limited space category must be submerged. Also doubles as a wall tile. Grows extra plant from seed. Why? But we can place it there, really? So, do I need to get rid of the drywall? Maybe it doesn't want drywall. It's like no back wall. Okay, that's what it is. It's not that it doesn't want drywall specifically, it's no back wall. Let's see how big this room is. 72. Okay. So if I deconstruct those two and put a door there, this would be enough for 6 fish. Place that right there. This is going to have a starnacle. And this needs what to be fertilized? Coquina. Oh, not upward. I wanted to copy this over here. There we go. You take this. This isn't made anywhere, so I just have to mine it. Let's keep an eye on that. I might also place a bin over here that has it. These are going to take 4 cycles to get fully grown. We could start putting some of the fish in here. Let's relocate a few of these fish in there. Are there any other beacons that I can see? Apparently didn't relocate that. Beacons over here. We did have a beacon out here. Looks like it died. Not seeing any beacons up here yet. There is a beacon right there. 2 beacons, actually. Grab you. Grab you. There's a beacon in here, but we didn't dig into that yet. We might as well. And I think that's all the beacons. Unless there's one down here somewhere. Let's relocate that beacon even though we can't get to it yet. And this one... Go up to beacon, we click phosphorite, click 7. Once this water gets up high enough, which it's pretty close to doing, they'll be able to eat from it. So pretty soon we'll have a first ranch. Blueprint, 2 diggers or supply research. Don't think we need that. We'll grab the lettuce. We do have a skill point for someone. Bubbles. Bubbles, you're gonna go into basic swimming. Auto, or research carrier, or research supplier. Let's get them closer to material study. They can now research the geysers. Let's get you a new hat. We are currently just waiting on more pearls. Pretty soon this should be overflowing. And there we go. Now they can actually eat from the fish feeder. Or they have to wait a little bit longer before the water gets thick enough for them to get up there. Either way. We did dig into here, so we should be able to get that beacon that was over here that is now hidden somewhere else. Did we want to do the sequins? For the Aveline. When reproduction reaches 75%. Okay. Hello, little boy. The little one has got back up here. If we go all the way down here to sequins, let's see what they need. Should I add a roof over this? Maybe. Are we still ranching things? Got the beacon right there. And the baby one up top. How are we going to get sulfur? Because I don't think we have a sulfur geyser on this planet, do we? No, all of it's right here. We've apparently discovered all the geysers in this planet. That's right, sulfur from over here. We could also grab radiation from the crushed satellite. Alright, I think we know enough about all the critters. I do want to ranch the sloggos. I'm thinking about ranching the seahorses. We're not going to ranch the blow-tears because we already have oxygen situated. Blow-tears are more of an early game oxygen thing. So I think our next task is to send someone over to the other asteroid. I should probably send someone up here to unlock the different teleporting things. So let's add that there. The other one's lower down. Yep. The other one is down here. I'm adding ladders just out of habit, but we actually don't need ladders. We'll get down here and turn this on so that when we get over to the other side, we can just send stuff back over. And I think what I'm going to do is just leave the radiation science building on the other asteroid. Maybe. Because we're only going over there for radiation sulfur. I am getting more and more concerned about the polluted oxygen. I think I'm gonna place this back. But this time, bridge it onto the other pipe so that the bathroom is more important, I mean. And then I need a way to try and get all the polluted water down here. So if I deconstruct all of that, that might move the polluted water around enough. Alright, all the polluted water seems to be in the same spot over here. That's a demolished thing. I need a 2-tile wide deconstructing area. Let's deconstruct this. No, we actually need that for a second. We're gonna have to climb up in here and open this door before I can actually deconstruct the door, which I think is a weird thing to have to need. We will, however, go like this. And put away to get the polluted water from in there. There we go, now we can deconstruct that. And be able to put another one of these right here. Looks like I need to deconstruct that tile. Let's cancel that and move it over one. That way they don't have to get rid of the starnacle. We already have beacon eggs down here. We pretty much have enough water. I think we're good. That should start taking care of the polluted water that's up here. I'm not sure why they haven't built these yet. Oh, they're still waiting on moving stuff. So this should be able to pick up the polluted water. Although it's saying it can't. So let's deconstruct this and instead add mesh tiles in this area so we could mop up on the mesh tile. This, however, should be getting polluted water. Yes, it is. I'm going to dig those 2 tiles so that this polluted water can move up there. Did we look at this? Yes, we did. Okay, now the polluted water is in that area. I actually didn't need all of these now that I'm looking at it. We just need that 1 tile there. That and this tile. Now we can deconstruct those. And deconstruct that. Somebody is trapped. Otto is apparently trapped. Let's get a ladder in here. That 1 ladder alone should allow them to get out. Otto, are you unable to swim? Otto is unable to swim. Why you came down here, I don't know. Alright, one thing I forgot to do is our last prediction. So we're going to start it now. Is this little blue button going to give us another pair of tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You guys have 10 minutes to decide. Around that 10-minute timer, it's going to be the end of the stream. Alright, now Otto should be able to go home. We do have 1 tree here. We have oak shell. We have a way to get to this, so let's activate that, inspect this. We did get down to here, so let's activate this. We have more beacons. We have another coral here. We have 4 here. I'm just waiting for us to get more pearls. I guess because these clams are no longer in a water. Or we're just unable to get it. Is that polluted water? That is polluted water. I'm gonna leave this pool up here because we have a way to get water. Building, digging, operate, dig, rocketry. 1 thing we don't use, 2 things we already have covered, and then these 2 dupes together are another 2 things we have covered. No new dupes yet. We are making more than enough oxygen, as you can see here. If anything, it may be slowly working its way up here. Actually, no, that's all liquid locked. Okay. Should be still marked as being done. Same here. Let's raise the priority on this. I think Otto is our cook, right? Oh, actually, Otto can't swim, so can they even get to that? They can. And Otto is currently going to it. We are getting a little bit lower on food. But we should be now ranching the fish. There's still more stuff to sweep in here, so let's sweep all that up. And a lookout research. I do want this done. It does require hydrogen power research done as well. I think after that we'll get the poles, maybe up to rubber boots so we get the vulcanizer to actually be able to use the latex. We do have another thing of pearl. Why can't I place it in here? Obstructed by back wall. Let's deconstruct the back wall then. Why is there still stuff here? Is that just... I don't know what's going on. I still see debris on the ground before they even made more. Oh, they make lime. I forgot. They poop out lime. That's why we keep getting more. Okay. With that, we place in another one of these. Our other two pearls are close to finishing. We have another snail. I thought we moved them all over here already. But I guess not. I'm putting the corals down here just so that we have more oxygen, even though we don't need it. We should have enough for 9 duplicates just with these alone. Although we could shrink this down. Debating on how we're going to ranch more. Because we do still have the slugs. They just need salt. Well, we could ranch them right now and just put a way to mop up the liquid. Although we don't have a use for mucin except for turning it to brackine with a seed. We would more or less have a reason to do the avoline. Because carbon dioxide and caviar. We don't actually have a reason to use this. Other than polluted water and slime. Let's do a small ranch, I suppose. We'll do a ranch of 4? How much space did I require? Is there a way to see that? I don't remember where to look. I'm guessing here. 12 cycles, 12 times 4, 48. I'm gonna want a way to get around them. But I think what I'll do is put a double door system here. We'll dig out 48 tiles. Another 2 there. Single tile. We're gonna keep them where they are. Do that. Over here, we'll put ladders. Temporarily, at least. We need to deconstruct that. We're gonna need a... How did you get in here? You just put one of them in the ground. Anyway, these are gonna get relocated up to here. Don't care about those. I do care about Slago eggs. Apparently, we've seen 6 eggs, or there's 6 eggs thrown about the place. Not sure. What I am sure about is that we just found another event or geyser. I'm checking for more. Looks like it's just this one. And this is another natural gas geyser. Okay, we have 2 of these. What can I use nosh beans for? We can mix it with the mucin and get Paku treats. We can mix it with mucin in the pulverizer and get Beakon. Beakon. Turn it into brackwax, brine, and carbon dioxide in the gleaner. And I think that's the only thing it is used for. Brackwax, brine, carbon dioxide. We might do nosh beans. We have another pearl, or another amount of pearl. We just need another 2. I wonder if I can mop up the mucinous right here. Okay, let's look at the regular pod. Ooh, mushrooms. Suit Dr. Rocket. Nope. Research cook ranching. Second rancher plus a cook would be pretty good. The researcher would also help us. Or do we take food? Reason to have food or move food. They do have decreased cuisine. So they'd be slower at making food. We're taking food then. They're going to be slower at their job, we might as well not take them. It was close to getting another skill. The 3 originals, but not very close to it. Don't dig that out until that tile gets placed. Okay. Now you can dig that. Now, I don't know how well this is going to spread out. Seems like mucin is more of a vertical thing, and that Sligo just died because it was in the tile. We're going to want to trap them in a certain area. Alright, let's get a critter feeder. We're going to also need a critter drop-off. So that means we at least need 2 pumps. To make sure that we get all of it. If we put a door and tile system here. I'm gonna do that, just to make sure we get it all. And we'll go like this. Sluggo baby and a Sluggo. This is going to be for Sluggos. And we're going to have to move this door system over a little bit. Copy settings to here. We're also going to need to get a couple more coral. So let's uproot these 2. Actually, we need 3 seeds, so let's just uproot 3 and then worry about it later. Or I should say pick it up later. So now that Sluggo should be able to get fed. And we're working on preventing it from leaving this small area. Which will mean that I have to go like that in order for this to stay 48 tiles. And I think what I'm going to do is make an infinite liquid storage. Perhaps right below this? Where is the best place to put this? I don't even know. What's going on here? Salt water is having an issue. That's regular water. Oh, because it's drained very far. Alright, this has to get put down... here. I guess I should just go like this. We don't have a plumber, so we're gonna end up... We're gonna end up having to empty the storages, I think. Oh, that's right, we're also gonna need to put in pipes to here. Which means that I have to dig that out just so we can reach it. They don't have a liquid over here, so they're not going to be able to deconstruct all of this unless we do that. Should be able to get all these wires from within the liquid. I have all the power and pipes in, so I should be able to reconnect this, but I want to disconnect that. And I want to go into all these and just do empty storage. And I suppose go like this for the salt water and just drop it back in. See what's going on. Five kilograms is half a packet, so each time they do two plants here, it does a entire blob of water. This is salt water. I want that connected, but not this side. Plumbing would take too long. I mean, I could get Yelp. Yeah, we're gonna get Yelp into emptying things. They are still emptying this. Where did our sluggo go? Do we not have any sloggos anymore? Chad, I think all of our sloggos are dead. I don't know what happened to the two of them. We have 0 eggs. I know one of them died in the tile, but we should have had another egg, right? We were giving them food, regardless of the fact that they weren't being groomed. I don't fully know what happened, Chad, but I think that's what's happened. I think they've all died. Another regular dupe. We'll, of course, take the rubber gasket. I don't think we need the other people. That's one less gasket for us to make later. Keep sweeping this up, please. We also need to put in the pipes. Let's go downwards with it. Okay, Otto is done, so let's get Otto. Or Yap, sorry. Yap goes into critter ranching. We need them as a cook as well, with swimming. And they're gonna have to go into plumbing. Alright, let's get them plumbing this entire pipe if they can reach everything. I don't think they can reach it all. I really think they can't reach it all. If we put a ladder right here, they should be able to reach that middle point, which I think is where everything is going to. Of course, if they go to the farm tile, that works too. Alright, it's all going to the farm tile, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. We are going to end up picking up some salt water, but I think we're fine. And then they all have salt water, so we need to tell them to empty the storages of all of these. Pipe is empty because it all went in here, so we need to empty that again. Go into here, cancel that. Once they empty this, I'm going to connect it back in. We do have enough for 3 dupes down here, so it's not like we're going to be starving them of oxygen. Let's do our last prediction for today's stream. We have 0 points in the poll, so we're just going to delete that and see what we get. And we got gloves. Really? Atomic gloves, not automatic. Alright, they got the last bit of the water out of there. Connect both of these back in. Hopefully we don't require the pump to be running constantly. It looks like we don't require it to run constantly. That's great. Where are you running to? It's such a weird thing to do. Alright, well, we were trying to do the Sloggos, but they died off, so we're not going to really do anything mucin related. I guess want to mop it up if I can. We'll just keep it all down here, I suppose. And this is just so that we run through this, we don't have it all over the place. Why is this a cleaning thing? I thought the relocate being at a higher priority would do something. They're gonna prioritize cleaning over duty, and I didn't put it on the floor. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, if we get another Sloggo or something, we'll start ranching them in there. Next thing I'm kind of thinking of is that we need to get the saltwater geyser ready. But at the same time, this is the end of the stream. So we got pretty good. I think right now, without us doing any like majestic food production, is that we can effectively just survive with what we have so far. We are still doing some research, trying to get into automation, conveyor rails and stuff. This should still have water. You can see the water there. But since we don't, we'll have to move it over to here. Just so that we can do the supercomputer for research. So, I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. We are going to now take a screenshot. I'll try to do it after the autosave. There we go. Screenshot is done. They should be doing the pincher pump now, which should give them water. It does say that it has water. That'll be used for the supercomputer, so they can use that for science. Let's check skills one more time before we leave. The originals are very close. There's some that are a lot close. Actually, they're all pretty close. There are different skill levels, but they're all pretty close. So let's save the game. Let's do quit to desktop, save and quit. And let's go into a readout scene to see who we're going to read out to. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 AM EST to 12:30 PM EST, and on Sundays from 10 AM EST to 2 PM EST.